What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? How are you? What's the real deal? What do you want to talk about this evening? Maybe morning where you are. You know we're worldwide. Enjoying the beautiful puppies. Doing our thing. You're welcome to join us. Just ask. We might not bite. No guarantees. No guarantees. Pets, passion, and politics. What do you think about that? Could be dangerous. Could be dangerous. Stimulating. The possibilities are endless. Might even help someone along the way. Wouldn't that be something? You can express yourself. You do not have to agree. We just do it with respect. It's all about respect. What's on your mind? Let's wrap a taste on it. Aren't the puppies beautiful? Quality. Enjoying themselves. Free to play. Wow, what if your life was like that? Just play. But we're burdened with responsibility, passion, burdened with drive. At least we should be. Hopefully you are. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Can you dig that? I mean, what's the point? Can't all be fun and games, but according to scripture, at some point, even the wise wondered, is this thing all vanity? What do you think of that? What is vanity? Do people even use the term anymore? What does it mean to you? Pets, passion, and politics. What is on your mind? Do you have a question about our wonderful German Shepherds? Do you want to try to stomp me? Stomp me. Now, you know, physically, you probably couldn't do it. No, you just probably couldn't do it. No, you couldn't. I mean, you know, you ain't that bad. Mentally, I doubt it too. I mean, yeah, I doubt it. So I guess, you know, maybe I'll take it easy on you. How about we just go with that? Just take it easy on you, maybe. Otherwise, you really don't stand a chance. It's just the truth of the matter, you know? But this is the wonderful thing, technology. You can try to prove me wrong right here, right now. Imagine that. Like, man, this crazy dude. What you talking about? Okay. What's on your mind? Stump the king. We'll see if we get any takers. But this could be you. You can come on the stream. Get your camera rolling. Get your questions and ideas flowing. Enjoying the conversation. Welcome to all. Okay, some of it's a joke, but, you know, maybe not. have to have a favorite. You know, they're all around us. Okay, so who's your favorite? Which breed of dog is the best? And why? I mean, you have to defend it, right? You can't just, they're, utility, right? I mean, these are our companions. We dig that. What's wrong with the discussion about superiority? Somebody might as well have it. We're not afraid. Ruffle some feathers. Everyone's not going to like you anyways. Young man, young woman, take a stand. It's just the facts. Everybody's not going to like you, no matter what you do. So Rhodes German Shepherds could just tiptoe around. For what? For who? For why? Just say it like it is. The German Shepherd is the #1 overall dog in the world. If you have a quality true to the sauce, you got a good one. What you have is the #1 overall. Now, what does that mean? Overall. Well, I have to say it that way. Because the German Shepherd, in my opinion, in our opinion, is not the best in every category. Aha. You see? It's just the truth. It may not be the strongest. It may not be the fastest. It may not be the best tracker. It may not be, the best protector in certain situations. It may not be the most agile. Okay? But that's the beauty of having our pets and our companions. Something for everyone. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I do get myself in trouble because I go ahead and I say it when you chart all of the major categories. Yes, the German Shepherd reigns supreme. Not just any old German Shepherd. We're let's put apples to apples, oranges to oranges. We're talking quality now. We're saying the quality this versus the quality that versus the quality. Okay, so we're dealing with quality. Be fair about it, because you can get some Rudy Poot this and some Rudy Poot that. Do people even use that term anymore? Rudy Poot? You gotta come to Royal German Shepherd to hear things like that. Rudy Poot. But yes, when you chart out all of the categories, the German Shepherd is going to be the best overall. You don't have to like it. But can you defend your position against it? That is the question. If what we say is not the truth, which breed of dog is the best overall? Now, again, I'm admitting the question that we pose does not have the word overall. So it's I admit there's a little, there's some caveat there. I admit, there's a disclaimer. But it's good for discussion. Hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna talk about some things, Why not? Throw some sauce in there, Yes, Lord. So why are we talking pets, passion, and politics? Why do you think? Why do you think? Why not just show the loving dogs and don't ruffle any feathers? I'm telling you, young man, young woman, everyone's not going to like you anyways. Did you not hear that? That is the truth, young man, young woman. They're not all going to like you anyways. That's some deep stuff. So even if you try to be the person that wins everyone, there may be somebody who says, well, you know what? You didn't win me enough. I want you to win me twice, 3 times. We're stepping into that passion zone. 4 times, 5 times. Is this a kid-friendly show? Are we allowed to say these things? Yes! Why? Because it's Rhodes German Shepherds. We make the rules. And we have a whole lot of companions to help us fight the battles of life. What are the battles of life? Hey, every day. It's crazy out here. Haven't you noticed? It's crazy out here. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. I'm quickly seeing that we're going to run into a problem here. Watching these beautiful puppies. Thinking about love. Thinking about love. Yeah, that's a problem. Do cats really love anymore? Just throw the word around. I'm talking about that deep love, you know, that get married 50 years later, that stuff, you know. Who's doing that anymore? What is that about, you know? Like, what happened? What is it about? What is it about love that has people feel like they are experts, but the fruit of that tree is dysfunction? Can you dig it? Just why, before all of the experts, quote unquote, did it seem people stayed together longer? What are your thoughts on that? Yeah. I know what it is. I got it. I got it. I figured it all out. The question is, do I want to reveal the answer? Homeboy Oliver is just great. Green collar right here. Wow. Guy's huge, though. Huge. Really healthy. Really thankful for their health. They really are doing well. Meeting and exceeding expectations. There are 9, ladies and gentlemen, 9 in this litter. Incredible. They're doing well. They're doing well. They're responding. Very intelligent. Alert. They certainly bond quickly. Which is great. Bodes well for the future. Looking forward to seeing them develop one way or another, whether it's because they're with us or because they have packed their bags. Suitcase here, suitcase there. Left the nest. How could you do it? How could you do it? Have you ever been left? Someone ever just, you came home and they were gone? I shouldn't laugh, right? I shouldn't laugh at that. I shouldn't laugh, right? Okay. But you come home and they're gone? Now let me ask you. Would you rather if they left, that they left that way, or you had the big closure, drag down argument, or even if it was respectful closing, where it's agreed upon and by the 1st of the month or the 31st, because, they're not going to pay their half for the next month. So they agree to, all right. Would you rather, you had the nice, even though it was very emotional and sad, would you rather have that, the peaceful discussion, maybe over dinner, in a neutral place, safe space, and everyone, both sides, were able to express why it's time, it was scheduled, professionally done, and that's it. That's option 1. And you can put it in the comments or chat if you like. Option 2, the drag down, get out of here discussion. Or option 3, you come home and everything of theirs, and maybe some of yours, is gone. Adios. They are out of there. And you're walking around wondering, how could you leave me like this? Was it my breath? My dirty socks? How could you do it? Yes, the socks, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how pristine the individual, socks do get dirty. Yes, they do. Is it true? Now, this is for the old school among us. Is it true what they used to say about Ronald Reagan, former President Ronald Reagan, as a boy, and socks? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you don't. But one of the history buffs or someone who remembers, is it true what they used to say about former President Reagan as a boy and socks? So back to the point. So you come home and stuff is gone. Now, look, if that were to happen to me, I see it as opportunity. That's me. It's opportunity. All right, bet. I know you want me to cry. I know you want me to be emotional, oh, well, that's just cold. Yeah, it might be, but what are my options right now? You haven't started to leave, like open the door for me to stop you or, let me know, if this continues, I'm out of here. You're gone. I come home and it's a surprise, quote unquote. I mean, if I'm being aware of the relationship, then okay, I'll give you the fact that I should have seen some of it coming. But that don't mean I thought you were going to just leave. Leave? How could you leave all of this? How could you leave? So of course I didn't believe you were really going to leave. I mean, I understand maybe you don't feel fulfilled at times and you don't, you're not always happy, but you're not going to leave me. So there is going to be a little surprise. You're not, you can't do it. Come on. Who wants second and third best? How could you leave? You can't leave. So yes, if I come home and you're gone, I do have options of how to respond. And okay, it hasn't happened to me. Okay, I mean, I know okay. See, this is all right. Pets, passion, and politics. I guess if we just were going to try to keep everybody happy, then don't let me talk. That's the key. Right? Just look at the beautiful puppies. Turn my micro. Oh, but you can't. Well, you have to go to a different channel. That's all you got to do. Because I'm bound to say something. A lot of things that just it just rub you the wrong way. But look, I have to tell you, I'm looking at an opportunity here. You're gone. You're gone. And furthermore, I'm not coming to get you. So if that was like the move, like a power play, like I'm going to make him chase me down or send the love letters or he's got to change, maybe those socks again, but I'm making this move and he's going to change. And then maybe I'll consider coming back with a new dynamic. Things are going to be different. And he's going to have to commit to that. No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing it. Stay gone. Please. Because you left. And because you left and the way you left, how can it ever be the same? Now, if you say, okay, well, it could be better. Maybe. Okay. Maybe on the better stuff. I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not chasing you. I'm not. Come on. How could I do that? Let's take it back to our wonderful companions, the pets. I'm rewarding you for messing up? Why would I reinforce that? So the next time there's an issue, then let me come home from work and you're gone and everything's packed up. That's the move because that's going to make me change and pivot. And come on, how can I reinforce that behavior? Stay gone. Please. Please stay gone. Go. Far away. Far away. In fact, if you come back, right? Because you know you're bound to come back. Actually, you know you're going to try at least. The question is, will I let you come back? I understand. That's the question. Would I let you come back? Yeah. Well. Yeah. No. That's probably odds are okay. Odds are no, you can't. You can't. Why? Someone else is already here. Uh-oh. Okay, so I thought about it. Yeah, I guess if we were both in a safe space over dinner and had, the opportunity, both, could express all the emotions and the reasons why, I guess I'd go with that option. The drag down argument, all that, I'm not going to do all that anyways, Odds are I'm not going to. I mean, I have, I've made some mistakes in the past where I allowed myself to come down from the heavens. I'm borrowing a phrase from one of the greats. And debate with, Hey, rest in peace to that brother. But yeah, golly, man, what can I do? What can I do? So yes, all right. An opportunity to discuss and to hear it out, because maybe I am a little at fault. I mean, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. But yes, it's possible. In the realm of possibilities, Milky Ways, Loch Ness monsters, all of them, all of that. It's possible. Area 51. I mean, it's possible. Life on Mars, and it's possible that I made a slight error, slight, and by having the dialogue, it's possible that I could hear you out and maybe, I mean, I'm not gonna agree that I'm gonna change. I'm not going to put that out there. I'm going to change, but I might expand a little and grow to see your side, and then maybe if I had a little error, then fix that up and apologize to you. Yeah, I said that. Apologize. I mean, if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, then apologize to you and try to move forward. Because I do believe in growth. Okay, that's passion in politics. I do agree with growth and development. So, if by chance I came up a little short, just a little bit, microscopically, I do want to hit the mark every time. And so, do a little better every time. So, okay. All right. So, in that scenario, yes, having the opportunity to dialogue and to hear each other out and to, vent and have that healthy discussion, yes, that ultimately, I think that's the way to go. But I get to save on that dinner, the cost of which I get to save on gas to go to the restaurant. I get to save on all of this energy if you just leave. Ha! on further reflection, though, is it really fair, though? I mean, if we're sitting down together, is it really fair? Because, I'm a master, right? And so sitting down with me and having this discussion, you're really handicapped in the situation. So we have to, see, again, I'm saying just leave, prevail in that conversation. I mean, that's why people don't come on, you just really have never faced anything like this. This is just way too much. I mean, you could criticize. I understand that. But you're not going to face me. You're not going to do it. Don't do it. I'm encouraging you. Why put yourself through that? Life is hard enough. Why? Yeah. It's easier to just be like, I don't like that guy. It's easier. So, again, I think it's healthy if we stand and we discuss these things. I think it's healthy. But, like I said, on further reflection is, especially if you really weren't in the right. Now I'm still saying, man, I'm wasting all this time and this energy talking to you, listening to you, and you're defending things that are just not correct. And now I have to ask myself, do I want to re-educate you? Do the work that your parent or parents should have done. Do the work that the schools should have done. It's not my job to re-educate you, and you certainly aren't going to give me the paycheck to do it. So why should I do it? To change you for what? If you just leave. See, that's why I got to say that still wins. That has to win. Just be gone. Then we don't have to hear about, oh, you're so controlling. Oh, you're trying to change me. Oh, there's nothing I can do. That's right. See, we don't even have to have these discussions. Furthermore, you don't have to act like you're right when deep in your heart, you know you're not. Ooh. Yeah, I know you're not. It's like it's a deep training to believe that you are, but deep down, you know you're not. You're not right. You know you're not. That's why you can't truly defend it with logic, reason, or like spiritual soundness, right? You can't. It's like pop culture philosophy or, tenets of why this is this and that's that, please. And, there are a lot of people who are going to listen to this and they know I'm right. They just don't hear anybody talk this way, but they know I'm right. They know I'm right. You've been dealing with someone, you've been in a relationship with someone, and they know they're not right, but yet they will argue with you for hours and days and weeks and bring chaos into your home. I say, leave, please. It just seems like the easier route versus me trying to hear you defend something you know is not correct to the point where you know you're not correct. But hey, I've got to stand my ground now. For what? Look, if there's the smallest of chance, that I'm ever wrong, the smallest of chances that I'm ever incorrect, if it were to occur, this miraculous moment where I happen to be the slightest bit incorrect, I will apologize. I will not double and triple down on being wrong. I want to be right. I work hard to be right, to be correct with God, with my spirit. And when I misstep, every few centuries or so that I misstep, every millennium or so that I misstep, I don't try to act like it didn't happen. And I'm not trying to convince you that it didn't happen. I blew it. Okay? Why can't you be like that? And you know, like I know, that we get involved with people and we are in love with people that do not hold the same principle. They will argue you, debate you, and make your home a living blank, 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 blank when they know they're wrong. Who does that? Shame on you. And if you're one of those people, shame on you. I said it. Shame on you. Why am I even trying to work it out with you anyways? If you are of the ilk where the option is to go, then you've already heard I'm saying just go. But when you dig into it a little deeper, aren't you a quitter anyways? I mean, you're not a stayer, right? You're a quitter. I mean, that's your option to leave. See, we weren't talking about me leaving, right? I mean, the scenario is you're leaving, right? So you're a quitter anyway. So the odds of us having this 55, 60-year marriage, the odds of us having that, I'm already dealing with an individual who's clearly a quitter because, your happiness, your peace of mind, your wellness. Well, then why'd you get involved with me anyways? You dig what I'm saying? I mean, why did we get this far? Just so you could leave for your own sanity and your peace of mind and your Come on. Then don't mess with me anyway. Just leave me alone to begin with. You see how I am? Hey, really? Really? Oh, you thought you could change me. What do you think, though, if you talk about, is it okay to try to change the individual? Is that honorable, or is that controlling and a horrible thing to do? You should just love and accept everyone the way they are. What do you think? Hey. Brother Man, the infamous Chuck D, he said, if I can't change the people around me, I change the people around me. Chuck D. If I can't change the people around me, I change the people around me. What think you of that? Some deep stuff. Again, I may not want to expend that energy on everybody, right? So, that might fit in a lot of situations because you do have a right to do your thing. I mean, Scripture tells us, Adam and Eve, God gives this free will. I didn't make this scenario, this thing, this life, this matrix. I didn't create it. So God gave you free will. You can mess up as much as you want to mess up. I mean, really, you can jack yourself up. You can jack your kids up. You can jack your husband, your wife. I mean, you can really just make a mess of things. You can mess up your office. You can mess up your organization. You mess up your community. You can just really be a terrible person. Really. God gave you that right to be terrible. The deeper question that we're posing right now is, what's our response? What is the proper response to your corrupt behavior? Especially if I know you, let's say, if I or I'm involved with you in some way. Do I have the responsibility to, that's a lot of energy though, because again, God gave it to you. You got the right to be a knucklehead. You got the right to be stupid. You got the right to be crazy. You got the right to be all of the corrupt things in life. And I apologize if using the C word is offensive. That wasn't my point there. Okay. So I will modify that. If you choose to be an extreme deviant, which is the way I was using the term, and just act wild, then okay. I mean, there are laws against this and that and, societal norms. But I'm talking about, if I'm involved with you, what is my responsibility when you have the right to be deviant? When you have the right to be a troublemaker? When you have the right to embrace discord? I mean, Scripture talks about discord among the brethren, the sisterin too. Sisterin. Yeah. Okay, so Brother Chuck, he's got a point. But then we're smacked in the face, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. We're slapped in the face because we have these calls on our lives, ministry or whatnot. So now I've got to try. I've got to try to, sow some seeds and get you on a better path in life. What the? Yeah. That ain't always fun. Especially when, again, you have the right. And clearly you think expressing that is okay. Your deviance or your discord or the way in which you choose to be a problem Okay, our wonderful pets here, okay, our wonderful companions, right? So we provide safe space for them, but we also provide education as part of the trade, right? We provide food, nourishment, safe environment. You know, we provide this love, but it is we make sure that we have a good accompaniment of lessons. Thou shalt not. Now, if you don't have that kind of thing, or you know, hey man, you know, you're asking for a lot of trouble from your children, from your business, from your organization. Okay, you need to have somebody's got to lay the law down, because folks will just run rampant. And the same thing is true with our loving pets. And I know you don't want to hear that. You just want to let them do whatever they want to do. And whatever they do naturally is what you think is right. Again, it's the same thing. So now I'm spending this energy trying to retrain and fill in the gaps, because your failure to deliver education, your failure to deliver guidance, your failure to deliver proper reinforcement for proper behavior, and to provide the correction for the negative behavior. What are we doing here? This companion is part of your family now, right? It's part of your family. Why do you have rules for your children and you treat this companion like it's your child and don't have rules for it, or think you're wrong for having rules? What's wrong with you? Stop listening to those people. Stop reading those books. Stop watching that stuff. I'm telling you, you need to have, okay, see, this is what I'm saying. So now I try to give you guidance. There I go, right there. I'm probably wasting my energy right there. Do what you want to do. How about that? How about that? Let's just stop before I even tell you that you have a role and responsibility as the alpha and as the beta, as the heads of the house, and you adults and even your children need to, you know, follow suit so that your companions have structure. But before I even go into all of that, let's just say, do what you want to do, because that's what you want to hear. It's just whatever. Just let them run wild. And then you do the same thing with your children, and we see what happens. And then it takes someone else to correct that. Why? Because now there's a traffic stop, and now the officer says, don't move. And this knucklehead said, well, you ain't going to tell me not to move, and they move. And now we have tragedy. Why? Because they were raised thinking that they have no authority and no one has the right to tell them anything, because you didn't do your job. Now, what I did not say right there, because I'm aware. What I did not say is, when someone uses lethal force inappropriately and cons and throws up a story, I didn't say any of that. Okay? I didn't say that. I didn't say you deserve to die for walking down the street in another neighborhood. I didn't say any of that. So that we're clear. I didn't say any of that. What I did say is, that knucklehead that you should have raised, that when he gets pulled over, or she, and the officer says don't move, that means don't move. Our lawyers for later. There are community activists for later. There's a process for later if there was something done inappropriately, but at least your butt is still alive. But no, you don't want to give consequences. You don't want to raise this dude or dudette. You want to let them do whatever they want to do, and now they get pulled over, and the officer says, don't move, and they get to moving. Why? Because I'm do what I want to do. Ain't nobody tell me what. You ain't going to tell me what. Okay, and now your butt is shot. Dummy. And I'm really talking about who raised you. Because you had to learn that nonsense that there are no consequences in this world. Even God, the Bible, your scripture lets you know there are consequences. So how in the world are we raising our children with no consequences, talking about we love God? What is wrong with you? Oh, Lord. But see, this is what I'm saying to you. Now, if I spend this energy talking this way, you don't have to listen to any of it. You don't have to follow any of it. Do what you want to do. Again, that's the design, and I didn't design it. Blame God. You have the right to be a knucklehead. All the knuckleheads, stand up. Be proud. Well, it doesn't get much better than this. I mean, it just does not get much
What's up?
better
Can
than
you hear me?
this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just pause for a moment. Can I have a moment, please?
A
Please,
moment.
sir.
Take a
Please.
moment. Take a
Okay.
moment.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you. I need this moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the brother. This is the loved one. This is the amazing, the one, the only Clifton Troy Rhodes the third.
This what's up, bro? What an introduction.
Nothing but love for this brother. Nothing but love. And you've got to come over me and others to mess with this man. Word is bond.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is awesome. This is my first time. Just got done watching a double overtime thriller.
Who was that?
Atlanta and Miami. You know, we're getting close to playoff time, the play-in situation where now it's 10 teams from the East, 10 teams from the West, all trying to get to that championship. So now it's getting crucial. We're about to be in the play-in tournament. So it was a good double overtime game. Got to see one of the hometown kids playing a little bit, Kobe Buffkin. Shout out. You know what I'm saying? Did well.
For real. Mad shout out. Mad shout out. Good Lord.
That was dope. That was dope. So what's good? What's going on?
Well, you know.
Rhodes, German Shepherds.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, you know, back our family, man, 1957. Uncle Rose, we had him on the three-way. Big shout out to Big Cuz Mike. We dropped Uncle Rose the line and said, hey, how far back do we go with this? And he remembers back home, Mama Nim, 1957, Mitzi was her name, the German Shepherd that Mama had. So we go from 57 and we track German Shepherd after German Shepherd. I mean, it's just amazing. You know, you have a lot of families that they had a pet that, you know, this person had this and that person, or several different breeds. But to have decades and decades and decades where this household had a German Shepherd, that household had, I mean, it's just, when you look back.
It's definitely generational. No doubt about that.
No doubt about it. No, just shepherds. And now that word, right? I mean, there's a lot in that too, Mr. Clifton Troy Rose.
Yeah, double entendre intended, you know.
It's there, bro. It's
shepherds
really,
and their sheeps.
Man, wow.
Good, man. I like that.
A lot of that. So, you know, we were talking the other day, bro, about some movies, and I have to let everybody know that, you know, normally when it comes to, other than the one time, but normally when it comes to who can put your boy up on the intel with music and movies, it's this man right here, other than the one time. But outside of that, this has been the man letting me know what's really going on. So now you were telling me about a flick that I actually did see. So let's run into it. What you got?
Well, what we're talking about is the original was The Birdcage. That's what you wanted me to check out. I watched it, checked it out, but it reminded me of something I had seen recently, and that was that I always forget the name of it. Something to do with the world. It has something to do with I think the producers might have been the Obamas or something like that, but pretty good movie. But it had kind of the same tone, except they tried to approach it differently. Instead of saying it was some type of spiritual invasion, it was a technological takeover, if you will. It was crazy, but very similar ideas, but I think they're all used to plant seeds, you know? That's just my opinion on it.
How the world ends. You're right, and the Obamas are the producers. Netflix, everyone. So give credit to that. Yeah, there's something happened there. I have to agree with you, because if you look at it and you say, well, why out of all the, because I believe this is their first time producing a movie, okay, especially of that magnitude, where you've got Julie Roberts and homeboy, what's his name, bro?
Something Ali. I can't
Yeah, that
pronounce the first name.
Mashaka Laka Laka Linka Luke Loom.
Yeah, I just know
Yeah,
he's
that
about to
guy.
be Blade. That's gonna be the new move. He's gonna be the new Blade.
Yeah, that guy, that guy. So, okay, so House of Cards is where I first, saw him, because he was doing that thing, did it for
Hmm.
many, many years. Solid role. So, okay, back to the like, what's happening, the foreshadowing here. Why would the Obamas, knowing what they know, having lived where they have lived, having gotten the daily briefings that we don't get, but they got for years. The man, they did 8 years, bro. They did 2 terms. 8 years of these secret briefings. So then let a little time pass, okay. And now you produce a movie that basically says, get ready.
Yeah.
Something could go down. Why would they do that? Because they're not preaching it, right? They not on the TDJs, they're not on the pulpit saying, get ready, get ready, get ready. They're not doing that, right? But they, put it in an artistic way, like he to have an ear to hear. But are they really like, hey, this thing is really volatile?
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a lot to that. The only reason I would even come up with those conspiracies is what we've already lived through. If you go back to the movies we were watching when we were young, how the agenda was always against Russia, or how it was, I don't know, Terminator or The Matrix, any one of those movies, all those things are, kind of coming into our view right now, where you're talking about artificial intelligence, whether you're talking about, whatever we're talking about, this war against Russia attacking the Ukraine. It's like they plant these agenda seeds, and then that when we see them playing out, we don't raise an eyebrow, we don't get alarmed, because we've already been eased into it. We've already been made aware that it's going to come and happen. Similar to this new movie coming out, it's called Civil War. How awesome is that going to be?
Who's in that one?
A lot of people, but I can't call their names right now. But if you saw the trailer, very familiar faces. And the movie is called Civil War. And if I'm understanding the previews, the war is ongoing, and there's a group of journalists trying to, I guess, get to the bottom of why it's happening the way it's happening. And they're traveling from point A to point B, encountering different Americans with different viewpoints. Should be interesting.
Wow. So in the way you're looking at this, bro, is that there's a lot of messages intentional to say this thing could drop at any moment. It ain't what it's looking like. It's unstable.
I think unfortunately war has become business. And if we go back to the pandemic, and we go back to our own president saying we're going to get back to normal, one of the first things we did was get back into a war. We eventually got out of Afghanistan, but we had to start it back up to get the money moving again. It's kind of trippy.
Where does it end?
Not sure. I don't think it does. Like I said, I think this is a part of the fabric of our society. I think war promotes finance in some weird way. Whether we start a war and destroy some things, build tanks, build bombs. Now we need aid. Now we need food. Now we need infrastructure, construction. Now we need a new government. Now we need democracy. Whatever it is, war creates as well as destroys. But I think when they're weighing the assets and the liabilities, I guess it's more beneficial than negative, which is unfortunate.
Do you think this is, technology in these movies, and there's a different level of information, but are we closer because we can see more with the technology, or 1,000 years ago, were there still people saying, "Yeah, man, this could happen any day, right? This is jacked up. We've never seen this." I mean, you go back to Sodom and Gomorrah, right? I mean, it was jacked up. Like, okay, this is it. Even God was like, "Nah, it's enough. It's enough of y'all cats." So, what are the cycles here? Because us feeling like it could be tomorrow is not a new paradigm.
I think the first part is that all this technology, although we might be more intellectually smart or able to do more things, I think it's disconnected us more. Had this conversation in the barbershop the other day with a fellow grandparent who was speaking on how their grandchildren couldn't speak or communicate, but could operate an iPad or any type of tablet or cell phone if you put it in their grasp. And I think, as we live longer in society, we have 5 generations living right now, possibly at one time, but we don't have 5 generations communicating with each other. We have separate generations on their own agenda, on their own beliefs, downgrading each generation around them. There's no camaraderie anymore. It's, very isolated, very individualized, which is kind of going against what it's supposed to do, is bringing more people together. I mean, we're all on the internet, but we all have a different agenda out here.
Yeah, disconnected.
Yeah, we're out here connected, but disconnected. You and I are talking, but there's millions of other people doing millions of other things, whether it's OnlyFans. You and I are fully clothed, so we're not getting that much interest as the OnlyFans. Sports shows, betting, all these things are going on, all these money-making opportunities, Powerball, Mega Millions. It's just like the distractions are endless. Are people really talking? Are people really communicating?
I'm wondering the breakdown. Before you came on, I was talking about relationships, and when you're dealing with people and you're having that fallout, whether or not the person should leave, whether or not you should try to change, whether you're trying to change me, whether I'm trying to change you, whether it's even right that I'm, now it's, now you're accusing me of being controlling. Now and nothing I can do is right. And, I just want somebody to love me for me. And you're going through all this that we all have been through. Okay. So I'm wondering if this disconnect makes it a wrap for healthy relationships. I was posing earlier before you came on, these 55, 60-year marriages. How is that, how is that even a thing in the future when we have so much of this inability to connect, this inability to work through, this inability to actually have, of course you have your outliers. Of course you have, I know you're a married man, and pray for the best for that. And, y'all can ride this thing the whole way, obviously. But that's still an outlier. That's not everybody.
Yeah. And I think, unfortunately, so many things have happened in society to where there's we've lost our way as far as clear parameters of right and wrong, black or white, what the agenda is. We've blurred the lines and made everything so murky that you can almost design your own thing. Like you're saying, I'm a married person, but what does that mean when two men or two women can be married? You know what I'm saying? Is it the same? Is it the same? Do they fall under the same category of marriage? Because let me speak for myself. I don't want to offend anyone. So when I'm talking about marriage, I'm talking about it from a spiritual place, from the Creator, where two become one, to further, the agenda of God and creation. When other folks are talking about it, I'm not sure we have the same starting point of what we believe marriage is and should be. And unfortunately, by having a different opinion, they have this thing that my children always tell me, that, Dad, you're going to get canceled. You're part of the cancel culture because your opinions are different than, the current people that are allowed to be in charge. And I think I put that way on purpose. I hope all those words came through clearly. Allowed to be in charge.
Yeah. Obviously, this is Rhodes German Shepherds, and we have the right to put it out there how we want to put it out there. And you're right that taking any type of a stand is going to cause some people to love, some people to hate, be indifferent. The reality is, as you know, even the person who tries to act like or believe that they're going to please everyone, that's a fallacy. It's not going to happen. So even if you came on right now and you were saying all of the PC things, all the super correct things, that still does not equate to everyone liking you tomorrow because you said all of the right things in all the right ways. So at some point, we've come a long way in this life to continue to just beat around the bush about every little thing. Take a stand, because if everybody's not going to like you either way, then at least stand on your square when it comes to, this is what I believe. This is how, now, as far as our dialogue on this channel, as long as it's done with respect, why do we have to agree? If it's done with respect, then we're growing, then we're learning. You love to say iron sharpens iron. Yeah. So that does not mean you have two things always going in the same direction if they're sharpening each other. Sometimes it's because of the friction.
Yeah, I'd like to come alongside that idea and say I agree totally. I don't think you can have growth without pain. I think life has taught us that from the very moment of birth. That's painful for the mother, the child, the father watching, not knowing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's pain, but then you get taller, you grow teeth. It's pain. Every transition you go through, every level you achieve, there's some sort of, tearing down to build up. If we're taking it to a working out perspective, that part, you got to tear the muscles down to build them up. That's what we got to do. We got to tear this thing down to build it back up. The unfortunate part, I think we're so hooked on the past, and we have a fear to speak what's necessary. And all these things that we're talking about, all these problems in society, I don't know that we can nip them all in the bud. I don't know that we can address every problem or whatever, but I think the thing, for me at least, would be more honesty, more transparency, and less accepting of the result of whatever trauma does versus correcting whatever trauma has done. To be more clearly, I don't want to accept what's happened to me because something bad happened to me. I don't want to accept that, because I was assaulted, now I have a different personality and we need to make some laws to protect that. I think we need to find out why I'm different and address that. I don't know. This is my first time on a medium like this, so I'm a little tentative about what to say and what not to say. I think the idea that this is going out to so many people that I may or may not know, I'm just not trying to ruffle any feathers, but I definitely have a stance of what I believe right and wrong is. And I think the animals have it more right. I wonder, and I don't know this, but I'm wondering, has there ever been a documented homosexual animal?
That's an interesting thought. I would think that genetically speaking, things can get crossed up. So I'm not speaking as to say when humans have this choice that they are crossed up. I'm answering the question you're asking, because I know people will take that to say, oh, well, you're trying to say I'm crossed up. Maybe you are, but that's not what I was just saying. But if you ask me that other question, I might tell you something that really makes you upset. But that's not what I said just now, right? So I'm just making sure I'm standing on what I just said, right? But now if we get to the other thing, that don't mean I'm gonna run from answering that. But I don't want to be mistaken for what you're asking me. Okay, so genetically speaking, I would just say the odds are there. Just like you could say, okay, have you ever seen an animal with 5 legs? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could say that logically speaking, there are things that can happen to which you get a crossing of the natural inclination or the naturalness of the situation. I would think that the naturalness could be genetically altered at birth for various reasons, right? For various reasons between the mom and dad. You're dealing with chromosomes. You're dealing with mixing of the DNA. You're dealing with so many factors that strain could be there somewhere. So to say it can't be, or it never has been. Now, to the other side, obviously it's rare. Obviously right now, if you take one of our beautiful females that's in heat and you put her next to that boy, he's going.
There's going to be a natural reaction. I think
there's going to be a natural reaction.
I think my question more pointedly was, do you think there would ever be a male dog that would turn down that opportunity given any set of circumstances? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, once you get to that nitty gritty and you argue that point to its fullest, I think we'll come out to realize that animals are less than us, less than humans. They have less thought capacity, less decision making, less, deep introspective thought, whatever. My point in starting the conversation is to get us humans to dialogue on why someone would go against I hate to use the word natural, but I don't know any other word to put in that place.
Well, let me tell you what I have seen, because I dig your point, but I want to just a side point that you were making. Let me just jump there real quick. I have seen where a female dog has been in heat, taken to another breeder, and that dog didn't know that other female, or that female didn't allow that dog, and there was the inability of that mating to happen. I have seen that take place where he lost interest or she wasn't accommodating, and whereas you might want it to continue because you say, well, it's natural and this is going to happen. Not necessarily. So that does take place where when you say turn down, it has happened. And therefore you're having artificial insemination sometimes. I mean, these are real things so that's just a side point that yes, it does happen. Okay. But I don't think that takes away from your overall point that you brought that dog in season to that stud, let's say, because of the inherent belief. And I think this is your point. That's why you brought the dog because your inherent belief is there's something natural that's about to take place. Otherwise, you stay at home. Right.
Yeah.
So when you got there, you were actually surprised that it didn't happen. And now you're looking for other alternatives. But the natural inclination, you're expecting to be there and you're expecting something to develop from that naturally.
I agree. And I also think that we're doing ourselves, and maybe some people that might identify with the LGBTQ society, we might be doing them a disservice by not having their input in this conversation. Now, me saying that out loud, I would love to have a dialogue with anyone that happens to have that point of view that could lend some insight to what we're talking about. But from my perspective and the conversations I've had with other humans, a lot of the choices we make as humans are based on inputs that come in through our life, things that happen to us in our life. There's a cause and effect. You know, I don't know any other way to make it any more plain than that. Things that happen to you shape your decisions, shape your choices, and shape your viewpoints. I'm a person that has had some difficulties in relationships, some troubled situations in my past, some poor decisions. And when I've taken the time to try to address these things, it always comes down to a root, to getting to the beginning, to finding out the why it started. And it took me some time in life to get there, but I think once I achieved finding out the start of what would be considered negativity in my life, I think once I narrowed it down to a moment, a situation, an interaction, that freed me from it. That freed me from everything else I had been through, because now I understand the starting point and I can, address it accordingly.
Well, I think we can accomplish, because obviously we're very grateful that, it's your first time stepping on a platform like this, and, it's beautiful to have you here. But let's just look at the future and say, obviously we can continue to do this over and over again, and especially with this technology that you can jump in. So the invitation then that you put out there for someone from that community, respectfully, that wants to expound upon, explain, if you choose to, respectfully, why you believe what you believe, and why what you believe to be right is what it's based on. And I believe that's where Troy is saying, is that he likes to look at, what's the foundation of this, where did this come from in this individual. So respectfully, I can't speak for that group, and I don't hear you saying you can speak for the group. So having the ability of someone or someone's to chime in, you will be treated with respect. It doesn't mean, again, just like we talked about, the friction of growth. It doesn't mean that we're all going to agree at the end of the day. Clearly, that may be the on many topics that we discuss, from basketball to pets to politics. We just because you like Biden don't mean that but we can do it respectfully. Right. And I think that's because at the end of the day, there's knowledge, and clearly there's a gap in our knowledge as to the whys and maybe some history, and we just see that society is clearly changing as far as what is acceptable. And when we were growing up, that wasn't as acceptable, so there's clearly a shift.
Yeah, a shift. But what I wanted to add to that is that because society is changing so much, the part that I feel like we're losing is the honest communication and acceptance of different ideas. The older I get, the less I feel like I know, the less I feel concrete on things that, you know, well, I might be wrong. You know what I'm saying? That comes up a lot now, because I just don't want to speak like like I'm the creator. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here learning also, hopefully teaching some things with the experiences I had, but definitely learning. And I think as humans, we need to get back to the idea that we can continuously learn and continuously grow. And that, to me, is one of the bigger problems with any of these situations that we might have differences on, is that we have a inability to sit and discuss them and have, I guess, disagreements without violence, disagreements without, finality. I just wanted to piggyback on that disagreement thing and reassure folks that even though we might not have the same beliefs or the same starting points or whatever, none of us are so far gone that we just are like, you know what? I have it all figured out and none of your input is necessary. You know, that's not the way we are. And even
I think a lot of that,
even though I'm a black male, I don't speak for all black males.
well, you know, I mean, this is, I think that also comes from a place of confidence, you know, where being able to hear another person's position without feeling that if they were to voice their opinion, somehow you got to shut that down because they can't even voice it because you know, I think there's a lot of insecurity in that, right? So we're not on that base. We're not on that base. If
Well, to bring it back to the dogs, since we are on the German Shepherd tip and the animal tip, when we, my son and I were discussing one of my pets being aggressive, and he was like, Dad, the reason for the aggression is fear. For whatever reason, our dog was fearful of everything, so her first reaction was aggression. And I think we can take that same mindset and place it on humanity. A lot of our aggression is because we fear the change, the growth, the uncomfortableness, maybe a sacrifice we might have to make to accommodate a new viewpoint. But as I get older, man, I'm more fearless than ever. I want to learn new things. I want to see something different. You know?
And I think that's a beautiful thing. I think growth is the epitome, right? I mean, if we were to sit back and say we know it all and, you know, it's a wrap, then you're not growing, you're not developing. What happens to a flower if it stops progressing, if it stops, you know, no more sunlight, no more water, no more growth and development?
Shoot, to me, that's the instance you know you're dying, is when you're done learning and growing, and you're on your way out of here then, or you're signing up for that. You know, that's the only way you can stay here, is to continually grow and change with each thing that comes towards you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we talk about change and development and coming back from catastrophe and not just allowing a circumstance to dictate your future, which is a great thing that you've been alluding to. I'm wondering if you can share with the viewers the accident that you were in, and I just think that story, and then the hard work that came after that, but moreover, the decision you made to not allow it to dictate all of your future in spite of. So, I mean, I just think it's a wonderful and inspiring story that may help someone along their way.
Well, what you're talking about is September 10th, 2019. September 2019. I was hit on my motorcycle, and I was injured very severely, to the point where when I was first in the ambulance, I was unresponsive, and they did their work and got me responding. But because of the extent of my accident, there were several surgeries. I was in a coma for 20 days. I guess it's easier to tell you what wasn't damaged than what was. My left leg was okay. My left leg is good, but all the other things on my body took some type of hit, damage, broke. The right leg, hip area was the worst. It was shattered. The word I had from the doctor was it was like sand. So I have replacement parts from the hip down on the right side. I was able to be surgically repaired in my right arm, in my left hand. I feel like my mind has been, given back to me, even though I had a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. Thank you for the helmet. Thanks for the protective gear. Thanks for the grace and mercy and the covering and the blessing of the doctors. And now that we're still mentioning it, that was 2019. And in 2024, tomorrow, I'm still going to therapy. So this is an ongoing situation. I'm still working to get back to where I was. Not that I'm not sure if it's possible, but I'm not going to stop trying, as long as I have the ability to try. I don't know if you wanted me to say more, but that's kind of the overview of what happened. But what it did to me physically was one thing, but what it showed me mentally and spiritually, I'm not sure I can really put that in perspective because it's ongoing. It's still happening.
In an event like that, we know that it has the potential to take anybody out, where it's almost difficult for the common person to even blame someone to say, okay, I'm not coming back from this. I mean, how do you blame that, right? I mean, I'm in a coma, right? So, I mean, if you chose to say, okay, wheelchaired up, vegetabled up, saying, dang, I mean, wow. But that wasn't the choice. And years later, you're still doing the rehab. How did that happen in your mind to say, nah, I'm doing the work?
Well, like we alluded to earlier, a lot of what we are is what we experience. And man, I've been blessed. I've been blessed beyond blessed. I've had some of the greatest warriors in my life, in my view, in my reach for as long as I can remember. But I can go to grandparents that had, life-threatening illnesses or different situations, from strokes to whatever other health issues that they continuously fought through and fought for the love, to the point where my grandparents might have been the first couple allowed to stay in a room together in this retirement home, because that was more important than anything, was together. So that love I saw, I experienced that. And then, my father at some point in his later years was diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, inoperable situation. But he took it as if one day he was going to get cured. He never stopped fighting. He never threw in the towel or said it was too much. If anything, he was motivating and uplifting us through his ordeal. He would let us lean on him, even though he was the one, with the situation. So those things, having a front row seat to that mind, to that belief, to that humility and humanity at the same time, to see power and weakness all at the same time, is kind of a, I don't know, it's a mind-blowing type of thing. You know, you want to be sorry for a guy, but how can you be sorry for a guy when he's teaching you, when he's showing you, when he's leading you somewhere, you know? So what else could I do? I mean, you got two choices, right? It just seemed like an easy choice. It just seemed like an easy choice.
Yeah, I still pat you on the back for that, man. And you know, we could have thousands of programs talking about your father. I mean, it's just endless. So just to let the viewers know, I mean, that we're just scratching the surface on that great man. And, you know, using that term great, let me put in all caps, great. That's not a euphemism. That's not a hyperbole. That's not, you know, just throwing out the word. That was a great man and is, period. And I don't know if you get any better. And if you do, have we met it? I mean, you know, so I think we have every right to say the greatest man we ever met. I think, you know, but it might be bigger and much bigger than that. But you've traveled around the world. I've traveled around the world. I have not met a better man.
Yeah. I think for some people get gifts. Some people get blessings. Some people get angels. Some people get what they get. And I think I'm just thankful that I was the one to get him, you know, to have him be in my life the way he was, to be a part of my life, to be the person he was in my life, you know, father, friend, teacher, you know, every title that can be held, he held that for me and many others, you know. So to have that type of effect on folks to where you were a positive influence, multiple generations of folks, multiple walks of life of people, races, ethnicities. Am I saying that right?
I hear you. I hear you. Ethnicities. I hear you.
Ethnicities, right. I need to hear it to get it right. I want to add some more syllables, but my point is the same, is that
Miss Turner
to have that effect on so many folks, you know, everybody can't be lying, you know.
Well, okay.
As the great Rasheed Wallace would say, the ball don't lie, man.
Okay. So, I mean, we at least have to say the name. So, to many, it was simply, with all respect, Pastor Rhodes. It was, you know, that said it all, right? Pastor Rhodes. And then you could put the sauce on it, the Reverend Dr. Clifton Rhodes Jr., you know, but Pastor Rhodes, that carried the weight right there. So we at least want to drop the name in case people out there want to research.
Or wait. For the loved ones, June.
Okay. Oh,
June,
man,
boy,
stop it.
You know
Stop it. So, you know, now you being Rhodes German Shepherd. Now you're getting family-owned cats.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, now you got the family going.
It is.
So Junior boy, yeah, June. Yeah. So and his daddy, you know, June, yeah. Right? I mean, it's beautiful situation. And so, I mean, like I said, the only piece I have right now about even addressing anything else is knowing that I've already said we only scratched the surface on that. You know, otherwise we couldn't even leave the subject. I'm gonna take it from how he would say it. We're not through. We just stopping on that because there's so much. There's so much, you know, and it's gonna come up again and again. And it has to, because it's in us, and it's a part of how we approach at least the better parts of us. How about that? It's the better parts of us.
Amen, bro. And I'm gonna be honest. I think when you hear good from us, I think you trace that back to him. And then, like you said, I mean, bro, because it was what it was, it's a forever thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a forever thing.
I'm cracking up over here when you just bent your head down a little bit, because you held on so much longer to the hair. So much longer.
You know, it's not a choice. You know, it's just what we're given. You know, growing up, man, I mean, who knew? Who knew growing up was growing up? I mean, the things we're learning, man, it's unreal.
So, what do you think about the concept here? So, obviously, we're being blessed and there's exponential growth on the channel around the world. So, thank you to all
Shout
of,
out to that.
yeah,
Rhodes German
yeah,
Shepherds in the business.
yeah, no doubt about it.
That's good stuff, man. I love that. I love that.
So, I mean, I'm thinking about, you look back on those numbers and you say, well, wait a minute, don't say anything controversial, right? I mean, just, let ride that rocket and be pristine and don't say anything to ruffle the feathers. But on the other side of that, back to that calling, the other side of that is, yeah, but if you're being blessed with the opportunity and then you don't use it to spread the good stuff, bring some funk, then you have to give an account for that, right? You have to get an account like, okay, you were getting all this, and then what did you do with it?
Yeah.
Did you allow that to be a vehicle where someone may benefit along the way?
Well, truthfully,
burdened by calling, right?
Yeah, I think that's the purpose here, and I think when you start something with the agenda of love being the foundation, love and God synonymous with me, I don't think you can go wrong. It might ruffle feathers, but once again, it's love. So you might be ruffled, but I want to embrace you. I want to hug you. I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to build you up. I'm not trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to get some understanding here. That's all.
Now, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to your heart right now. And we may have to do an entire tribute in a different way, but you lost a good friend of yours recently. And I'm just wondering if you want to at least throw out some verbal flowers.
Oh man, it was it's interesting. Today I was getting together some old photographs from my mother that she had of us when we were younger. My friend, lifelong friend, Matthew Indrik Losse, Losse, Latvian, from Latvian descent. Mother Ann Losse, father Arthur Losse, oldest sister Misty, middle brother Marcus. Lived next door to me my whole life, a lot of adventures from bike riding to smoking our first cigarette together. I lost him to a battle with alcohol. He began his relationship with alcohol early, and it became the comfort zone for any difficult times that he might endure. It took a toll on his life, took a toll on his family, and took a toll on his physical, to the point where he lost his life in the battle February 25th of 2024. So we'll be having a memorial on his behalf, May 4th, I believe the date is, at Long Lake, up by where I live at here in Kent City, Michigan. We'll be planting a tree, reminiscing, saying positive things,
We have the spelling correct on the screen, Troy.
Yes, there it is. So yeah, I appreciate the definite shout out for my brother from another mother. Got a couple photographs from my mom today, just taking it back to the childhood over on Union. There was a picture of, I guess I could show it. Well, I don't know how to, that's too advanced, but there's a picture of me and Matt, and then another childhood friend of ours, Joy Stiles. We're all standing in my backyard, so that's this thing, life, man. Ups and downs, twists and turns.
There was a day, we hanging out at your house on Union. You say, go next door because they got this trampoline. Good Lord. Good Lord. These guys.
Yeah.
Why? I'm not messing with y'all. Y'all doing things you should not be doing. You're hang gliding or jumping out of airplanes on a trampoline. You definitely needed some guardrails. Needed some type of safety mechanism, something.
All of that. But I think for me, looking back on it now, I think that's the beauty of two different races of people, two different backgrounds being able to come together. For me to live next door to a Latvian family, and for a Latvian family to live next door to a Black Baptist family who happened to be a minister. What is the odds of those people getting along and then thriving together to the point where we had open door policy at each other's homes? I mean, I never knocked on the door there. He never knocked on the door of my house. It was just our friendship brought our families together, and it just was what it was. And it was a beautiful thing. And I think looking at it like that, if we had more opportunity to share insight with each other, we'd be surprised who we could get along with or who we have things in common with. I think that's been one of the things I've been doing in life without knowing it is, minimizing everything to the lowest common denominator of commonality. We as humans devise all these ways for us to say how we're different from each other, when the reality is really this simple. There's one race of people living on one planet that need all the same things to survive. That being said, why can't we come to that conclusion and figure out how to benefit from each other instead of trying to suppress people that don't agree or see things exactly the way we do? We all have value, period. We just have to be smart enough to find the value and then use the value to propel us to the next situation.
Well said. I also want to celebrate, Matt, and your relationship and how you were able, the two of you, to engage your whole lives. And you never stopped in spite of the challenges that each of you were going through. You still had that bond, and you could still check on each other, and you could still relate with each other. The longevity of that, the imperfections, the trials, the tribulations, but the two of you, that bond couldn't be broken. And that's just, man, I celebrate both of you and your kindred spirits and how you were able to persevere, like you said, coming from these different backgrounds, but still the same in so many ways in your spirits. And so obviously he's going to live on through you, and we celebrate him and blessings to his family on this incredible loss.
Yeah.
But I'm grateful that he will live on through you, and that you didn't stop connecting with him and talking with him and him talking to you, because you both got each other through some really tough times.
100%. 100%. This is good, Sid, man. I like this. It's pretty cool.
Well, people like you make it all special, man. This is Rhodes German Shepherd. So we get to set the tone. We get to establish, if this is what we want, then this is what we want. We don't have to ask anyone, was it okay if we kick it about Matt right now? Is it okay if we kick it about society? Is it okay if we talk about the politics or this and that? Who we asking? It's Rhodes German Shepherds.
Now,
we established the protocol.
That point, that sentiment right there about defining oneself for oneself, to me, that's everything. That's everything we should be teaching young people. That's everything we need to teach. I feel we've gone too far with asking and requiring someone to fix things for us on our behalf. We're all so dependent, and we don't even know who we're dependent on, but we just aren't dependent on ourselves, you know? But that statement is everything, man.
And there's an awesome responsibility, right? Because when we do define now what are the consequences, how do you choose to use that? Because you joked earlier about OnlyFans. So, I mean, that's a choice, right? Like you could choose that could be your way, and then you do it that way, right? So there's still, whichever decision you make with that autonomy, one of the messages that we still learn and still live is that there are consequences. And a lot of the younger generation, they have not been given that instruction. They have not been given the reality of the consequence to the decision. And your mom used to say when we were little, fat meat is greasy. Cats ain't hearing that right now.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, unfortunately, that is one of the biggest problems in their generation, is the lack of direction and guidance. And I think the lack of respect for a generation ahead of you or two is a big downfall. I think we had that, whether we wanted to or not. We had respect for elders. We had, okay, this is behavior you'll show in front of adults, and this is a behavior you will not show in front of adults. Those lines, once again, have been taken out. The respect lines are not there. People will do things in front of you not knowing who you are or who you could be to them. That part. And that's what is, in my opinion, allowing those breakdowns to become so big. That's why we have so many outbreaks with young people doing outlandish things. They don't have guidance. They're out here trying to figure it out, and the internet is the one guiding them. And who's guiding that? Who knows?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Now, you are not just a father, but you are a multiple. How many rings you got? I mean, how many championship rings you got as granddad, great granddad, super grand? What is the count, bro, of the grand and the grands and the greats and the? I mean, man, how many championship rings you got over there?
Man, I've had some blessings. I've been blessed with 7 children. And from those 7 children, I have 13 grandchildren. Yeah.
We need an applause button right there, man. Or somebody fainting, passing out.
Both.
One of the two.
Listen, man, if I tell the truth about it, I'm telling you, I'm going to ruffle some feathers. Sid. Be careful.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and ruffle a little bit, because like I said, we're giving people a taste of what the future holds on Rhodes German Shepherds when Troy comes by. So we're giving them a taste, and then Troy gonna continue to come by and drop it on y'all. But a taste right now. I just wanna ask about the lessons learned from having dealt with those amount of lives that came from you. Just some brief lessons, and if it ruffles the feathers, so be it.
Well, I know it's going to ruffle some feathers, and I guess I'll take that. But let me start from where I was in the beginning, where this is all from my perspective. This is all my opinion, and I'm not implicating anyone or pointing a finger at anyone. I made these choices of my own free will. Now, that being said, the way you start something most of the time is the way it turns out. The lessons that I've learned, man, it's hard to even articulate really because there's so many. It's difficult having multiple children. What complicates that even more is if you have them in different households. My 7 children had 6 different households, and me as one human who wasn't at the full maturing age is now trying to navigate, captain these relationships. And because I'm not an adult, not experienced in relationships, family, whatever, I complicate things more than I'm helping things. I made it rough. I had it tough, but I can't act as a victim because once again, I can't act like I didn't know what I was doing. It's tough. And I think the sad part is that the people that got it the worst, although I'm talking about how difficult my life was, were my children. Yeah, I had some run-ins. Yeah, I had some financial hiccups. Yes, I've seen some handcuffs. I've been behind some bars before. All that being said, the people that lost the most were my children. To be a child brought into this world by first someone that doesn't have you as the number one priority. Second, that might not have your mother as the number one priority. And then, just to be honest, kind of selfish in his choices. It really complicated things. I remember my father telling me once, I want to say he told the church this once, that you could pick out a character in the Bible, someone who you thought might be like yourself, and then that way you could kind of see how their life played out in the Bible, and that would guide you in some of your choices. And I'm not sure if I'm articulating that right, but the point I'm getting at is I chose out Samson as my person in the Bible who I wanted to be the most like, whether it was because of his riches or his kingdom. But if I'm going to be honest, the thing that brought interest to Solomon to me was the 700 concubines, not the 1,000 wives, but the 700 side chicks. I just thought that was an amazing thing to have all these women. And as a kid, this is something that, I admired for the wrong reasons. And similar to Samson, I found out when you're dealing in elements that you really don't have full knowledge on, there's a lot of unknown things that can happen. I mean, I don't know, man. This could take all night, Sid. This could take all night.
Well, I say take your time, brother.
I hear you, but honestly, I don't have all night. I've alluded to this therapy that I'm going to be doing in the AM. I can't go much further into this conversation because it's going to take me to places I'm not prepared to go yet.
Enough said. But I tell you what, the wise that have been paying attention and who will watch the replays, they have already been given jewels. So it's already been laid out there thus far. So I'm looking forward to round 2, 3, 4, etc. But I don't want you to feel like because you didn't go any further down that road, like you haven't already dropped the great seeds, because you have.
Well, I appreciate that. A lot of my hesitance and reluctance is because Bro, it's already been a tough day, Sid. You know, you my guy 100, but it's already been a tough day. When I tell you I went by my mom's house to pick up pictures, and when I'm pulling up, my sister and her husband are at the mailbox. Me and my wife pull up and they pull off. You got to know me, bro. You got to know the emotional toll that it's taking on me to be at odds with my sister. It's tremendous. And to find out that this woman that I held in such high esteem is just another one of these, man, it's hard for me to stomach, man. I feel so betrayed, so misled, so deceived, that when I bring up these other situations, it leads me to that, you know, because there's a lot of manipulation and backstabbing that's taken place that I'm just now really, you know, getting knowledge of, you know. It's just tough, bro. So a lot of reason I can't go into it, because if I go into it, I'm gonna say some things I shouldn't be saying, you know. And once you put it out, you can't pull it back.
Well, I love you, man. I love you, brother. I love you. And I'll tell you this, man. It's very relatable. Okay? It's very relatable because, truth be told, you can't be, and you are not, the only person who's struggling with a disconnect with a close family member. Period. That's worldwide, bro. Especially nowadays. I mean, we talked about the lack of connection, even when we were talking about technology. It's all over. It's all over. So people just don't talk about it. But we know it's a problem. It's problematic all over the world, where there's a lack of connection and health and wellness amongst people who are supposed to have love as their base, not simply a self-motivation or another alternative motive that is conflicting with the harmony in a family, right? So, you know, it's just not spoken of as openly. And our hope, again, this is family, our hope is that gets healed, right? Because we both know that we haven't been perfect. So there were other times in life where the other individual might have felt like we were the ones causing the stress. So time and work might yield a different result. But I hate that you had to go through that today, because I know that even you going to the house was a major step. I know
That's
that.
The first time I've been there in almost 2 years, bro.
So
Almost
to have
2
that,
years.
to have that as the residue.
But I'm gonna tell you,
step.
I don't look at things. I try not to look at things from just a Troy perspective anymore. Truthfully, everything that's happening, I have to look at it as it's supposed to happen, because of the positive direction that my life is going, because of how my relationship is growing with the Creator, because of where I'm going as a human, as a man. None of this can be wrong, because I'm better today than I was yesterday. So how can I question the situations that grow me? You feel me? How can you question how you're being grown when low key I asked God to get here? I just maybe didn't know everything that I was asking for. Does that make sense?
And further, you talked before, you and I, about you might have brought it all the way into existence.
Yeah, 100%. And I think unfortunately in life, in humanity, you can't help but to take things personally if they happen to you or happen around you or happen with someone you love, right? But the reality is nothing down here is personal. I know it seems personal, but really is God's will. And once you just acknowledge that you're a part of God's program, then the things that happen to you in God's program all have meaning. Now, you might not like the meaning, you might not, you know what I'm saying, appreciate it, but you know, every car accident I've been in, every time I've fallen, every stitch, you know, it was all necessary for me to get to the next. And where I'm at now is getting me to the next. And truthfully, you know, it's the best version of me there ever has been at 50 years old, you know?
Hey,
how could I fix my mouth to say the way you got me here is wrong?
I'm gonna flip things just for a moment. What was it about the artist, as in Brother Prince, you coming up? What was the connection? Break it down.
Bro, if you want to know the simple connection, it was because I was supposed to not like him.
Hold on, let me get the purple going. All right, go ahead.
Well, I was supposed to not like him. I was raised in a different type of situation where my father was building something and it required his attention, and attention is time, which put my sister and myself with my mother a lot. And as a single parent, anybody will tell you 2 kids in any situation is tough. So you do what you got to do. So a lot of times I was allowed to watch television as my entertainment, my choice of television show, videos, music videos. It was new, it was up and coming, it was the thing. And one of the few people of color on this video show, we had Michael, but we also had Prince, and they were polar opposites, you know. First Prince video, controversy, him in some bikini briefs, a trench coat, and some thigh-high boots. I remember watching this video, and I remember my mother seeing me watch the video, and I remember being told that I shouldn't, couldn't, and wouldn't watch it anymore. So anything that I was denied, I had to look into and find out why I was being denied. And that's where it started. That's where it started.
And what was the impact?
Well, I think what I really liked about him was that he was different than everybody else. He didn't fit into any category, but he was, undeniably talented. And once again, anybody you like or identify with, I saw myself in that. I didn't fit in with anybody. The Christian schools I went to, I was the only black guy, so I wasn't the popular guy. When I finally talked my parents into going to public, when you speak too well, people of color don't trust you. They thought I was the teacher or the police or a narc or whatever, but I didn't fit in on either side. So I identified with that. I identified with being a loner, being different.
What was
the draw? I love the music, bro. I love the music.
Yeah. What was the draw to the other side? What was the draw?
What other side? What's the other side?
Well, I'm following your example of, okay, so here you are with mom, and she's saying, don't do it. Dad's got a whole different page that he's trying to get people on. And, but there was something that attracted you to the other side of, you're telling me not to. And that's exactly what attracts me.
I think it was just the who was telling me not to. If I look at the same situation with my father, he didn't make that big of a deal of the things I did. Him and I always had open communication from when I can remember. So me watching videos, his thing was more, don't listen to him so loud, not don't look at him at all, which was a very different thing. And I think that breakdown in their relationship, their lack of communication, their lack of uniformity is what created a rebellion in me. It was early on when I found out that my mother could say one thing to me, but then when my father got home, that thing that she said could be different. And it didn't take me long to catch on to that. It didn't take me long to try to use that to my advantage. And whether my father recognized it or not, that's just what it was. It was a tool for me to get to where I needed to be, wanted to be at the time. It's just kids being kids. I mean, you look at a family of a man, wife, and children. If you have a working man and a non-working woman, the man would like to come home to peace. If there's any kind of disruption, disturbance, or anything, his only idea is going to be, how do I get to the peace? How do I satisfy everyone? And in my life, what that turned out to be was my mother being spoiled with baubles and things, clothing, shopping, whatever have you, purses, cars, whatever. And for me, it was the indulgence with the things I wanted. Video games, bikes, free time, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it all was to get to his goal of peace in the household so he could get to his work of preaching the gospel. So all those things created a perfect storm for what became my life. That's all. Once again, nothing personal. It's just what happened.
But they're seeds, right? So, we're planting these seeds so that others, even the younger version of Troy, right? There's somebody out there somewhere in the world, maybe lots of them, right? The younger version of Troy. And he's connecting to what you're saying right now, right? He's relating to you. He's never heard anyone speak to him like you're speaking right now. He's connecting to that. I mean, that's the beauty of what's happening, is that there are people who maybe we didn't have that person that we connect to because we didn't have the internet. We didn't have these things where you could be where you are right now and connect to somebody in real time like that. So these seeds, bro, that's good ground, man. And so that's why I say, don't feel like you're not putting it out there, because your story has so many layers. Somebody's got to connect to it, and if they're wise, they're going to benefit from it.
Well, I don't look at anything as a mistake. I know you and I have always had a purpose, and I feel like, now more than ever, I feel like our purposes have always been tied up with each other. When I think about who chronicled and documented my father in those last years, I mean, who do you think has got him up on YouTube? You feel me? So there are no mistakes in the world, Sid. There are no, ironies. There's none of that. It's just what's supposed to be. And our job is just to teach and learn accordingly. Tell the truth and shame the devil, like Luella would say. That's all you got to do.
Well said, sir. Well said. Before you get out of here, bro, can you give us a golf story or two with your grandfather and your father? Just share a little golfing.
It's funny because tomorrow will be the official, for me, bring the clubs out. me and the wife gonna hit the driving range tomorrow and warm up. We're about to get back in the golf season. Thankful to have a wife that can support my golf love. She also found some love in it. That's dope. Man, we go way back. We go way back with stories with Big Cliff and Daddy. Getting up at 0:30 in the morning. Let's call it 5:30 a.m. because they like to be at the crack of dawn hitting the ball. They don't like to be on a crowded course. So we get up 5:30. They'd hit breakfast at this restaurant called The Clock, way out here on Alpine in the area where I'm at now. And they'd be at Gracewell Country Club golfing as soon as the sun would crack the sky. And man, looking back, those are the best times of my life. I can hear everything. I can see everything. There's dew on the ground. There's crab apples in the trees. Wide open fairways. Very meticulously lined golf course with all the details. It's a big course, so something like 36 holes on this course. So my father, my grandfather would golf 18. We got one cart because they would allow me to be the driver. Both of them like to walk, and I would be the one to drive the cart from one man to the other so he could get the proper club to hit his next shot. And that was my role in it, is to make sure everybody had the right club when it was time to hit. Man, great days. Golf 9 holes, take a break, and at the turn, I'm getting hot dogs and chips and, Minute Maid sodas or whatever have you. And we go back out for another 9. Now the sun's up, the dew's gone, the heat's out. But it's still awesome, man. It's still awesome. It's just us. It's competition, but it's really no competition. It's just camaraderie. But at the same time, look at that drive. Look at this putt. Look at this chip on the green, all that. But it was just a father, a son, and a grandson, enjoying a day. Well, man, I'm thankful I had them times, bro.
Beautiful, brother. Beautiful.
Yeah, man. I'm thankful I had them times. Missed them, dudes.
Avalanche.
Yeah, man.
Rhodes German Shepherds, brother. You got to drop an avalanche story for us.
Avalanche story. The best one is me begging for almost a year to get a dog, for my father to even know that to believe that I'm serious about wanting one. Sometimes when I was begging for stuff, I was only begging till I got tired of begging and let it go the other way. But with the dog, I wanted one so bad. I remember begging and, Dad, let's go to the pet store, this, that, and other. And, he's taking me to the pet stores I want. We're looking at the dogs I think are cool. But once again, he has an idea of what I should have as a first dog. And he lets me know, you should get a German Shepherd. I'm like, okay, if you say so, I'm cool with it. But I don't want the typical one. He's like, okay, I'll figure something out. So I remember the day there's this restaurant in your neighborhood, Bill Knapp's, pretty popular. Used to go there quite often. The best thing there to me was the chocolate cake, because I can't remember anything else they had. But we're there at this Bill Knapp's place doing our thing, and my dad's like, when we leave here, we're going to go buy this dog breeder and pick you out a dog. And I'm just like, whoa, my mind is blown. I can't wait to leave now. But he's running it down to me of how it is and what I should expect and what I'm looking for. He said, I found a place that has white German Shepherds. They're all white. We're going to go to the house. We're going to look. So when I get there, we get to the basement. The mother's there. She has the puppies. I want to say there's 7 or 8 of them. And we're standing at the bottom of the stairs, and about, 20, 30 feet away, is the female and the puppies across on the other side of the basement. So I'm heading over there. I'm trying to break my neck to get over there. My dad's like, "Hey, CT, hold up." So he called me back over there and he's like, you stay right here. So I'm standing 20 feet away, and his words are, "You let the one for you come to you. You don't go get the one you think you want. The one for you is going to come to you." So now I'm standing in the basement. I'm like, them dogs over there ain't thinking about me. They over there doing what they doing. Lo and behold, 5 minutes into it, one of the puppies gets curious, comes over, sniffing at me, sniffing at my feet, blah, blah, blah. He's the one. We get him. As we're taking him home, we coming up with a name, and he's all white. We're from Michigan. Snow. Of course, the toughest thing I know about is an avalanche. So there it is. That's the story of how Avalanche was acquired.
Man. Memories, bro. Memories, man.
Thankful for them.
Golly. Seems like such a long time ago, brother. Such a long time ago. I'm thinking about the Evel Knievel bike, right?
Man.
Telephone pole.
Best Christmas ever.
Man.
Awesome bike accidents. I remember skinning myself up somehow. I'm crying, and I remember Miss Losey coming over trying to help me, and she was like, "Are you a man or a mouse?" And I just yelled out, "I'm a mouse," because I was hurt, bleeding, crying.
That's hilarious.
I don't know what you're asking me this for. I'm a mouse.
I'm a mouse.
Straight up. After that,
Hilarious.
She had no more words. It was time for Troy to go home, get some Band-Aids.
Yeah, we did run those bikes pretty hard, though.
Man, the distances we rode those bikes, in the days we rode them without adequate communication, I'm going to say that's child neglect on our parents' parts, bro.
They should have taken the bikes away.
I'm just putting that out there. Kids should
we
be
were
gone.
not worthy. Take them away.
Not be gone 6 hours in a day as a 12-year-old with no money. You understand what I'm saying? No means. Not that they was like, "Here, take $20. No. We acquired bottles. We did all type of shenanigans to come up with dollars to ride bikes to the mall and buy cookies.
And buy cookies, and I think that's the beautiful part, is that the ambition was cookies or crazy bread. It is the ambition was never anything.
No major missions. We just trying to get over.
Just have fun. Where can we go today? Where can we go? Exploration. That's the deal.
And how are we never tired? Where were we using the bathroom, bro? I don't remember one bathroom break. I don't remember, "Hey, Sid, I got to pull over." I don't never remember that, bro. Never. Like, I rode from my house to Carlton, and we rode from your house to the mall. And then back.
I'm sure it happened.
I'll just have to take your word for it.
This is great stuff, man.
All I remember is riding.
Great memories.
It's crazy the amount of ground we're covering.
There was a, to the parents, obviously there was an exceptional amount of trust, because, another day we'll get into the Kalamazoo of it all, another day. But I mean, there was the extension of the belief of either trusting us or trusting the older siblings,
let me say
or some hybrid of it that allowed these amazing experiences to transpire.
You're missing it, bro. You're missing it. Let me say this as a parent. There is no trust. There is no belief in a higher whatever.
I'm trying to be generous in this situation.
Your goal as a parent is to hope nothing happens where the police are called. That's your only hope. If that happens in your day, then everything else that happened is fine. You know what I'm saying? And that's where our parents were at. They was They was dating each other. They was out at Red Lobster. They was bumping uglies. They was doing whatever they was doing. They wasn't looking for us, bro. We was good as far as they was concerned. Like, they got bikes. They got air in the tires. They good. It's not a problem till they call us. That's how you know boys from girls. Boys don't call unless it's a problem. I ain't talked to my sons in about 2 years.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You know, another quick tidbit. I didn't know that your mom could skate the way she could skate, bro.
Oh man,
Didn't
how
know.
do you think I can skate? Where do you think I got skating?
Man, your mom's mad skills with the skating, though.
We had to stop her, bro. She still wants to skate now at 84. We just can't let her because it ain't gonna turn out good. But she still feel like she can do it, bro. She from that era when skating was everything. And that's where I got the bug from. I still sneak out there every once a month or so.
That's what's up. Now, did you ever ice skate?
Yeah, me and Matt. You know, Matt was the hockey dude. So Jolly Rogers, that whole Jolly Rogers thing we did, you know. So he had me doing all the things that little urban boys didn't normally do.
I think, matter of fact, I think that's the first time I saw the pads. You know, all it's his hockey gear, right at the house. I mean,
stuff.
Had all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he did that to high school. So yeah, I ice skated. I don't think I'm as proficient as I am on the roller skates, but I'm very versatile. A lot of different things because of my interactions with that guy. Bro, it's got to be my bedtime, family.
It's getting there.
Oh, it's past there.
Well, you know, I got to tell you how much we appreciate the extra time you gave, man, because
oh man, I love stories. This was dope. This was dope. If this is what we're gonna do, then this is what we're gonna do. Is this going down tomorrow?
Hey, we'll be here. We kick off at 9 o'clock. We kick off at 9, and I'll shoot you the link. You drop in anytime you like, and that open door policy is from now on. You know, just stop on through whenever you want to step. Consider this a second home, and we'd love to have you drop on by, checking out Dogs and Conversation, Pets, Passion, and Politics. What do you think about that title, brother?
I think it's a lot, bro. I think that's a lot. Dogs and Conversation, Pets, what? Power and Politics.
Passion. Pets, passion, and politics.
Passion and yeah, I'm with it.
The passion gets us into those relationship issues, etc.
Yeah, but I'm not sure we even need designation, man. I think the ambiguousness is
your professional drive, and I like that as well. You know, I mean, we were just dogs in conversation. You know, I think trying to define it a little bit, and then maybe later when it's clear that we're open to letting it flow, like what you did tonight, right? When it's clear, the broadness of how we present what we present. So when you tune in, you already know they talk about anything. You know, it can go anywhere. And once they, you know, understand the broadness, you know, then we might adjust this and adjust that as far as, okay, now you get it. But right now we're trying to set the theme to say, it's all, we're covering, you know, from pets to politics, right? So, you know, and then throwing the passion. So it's letting you know, don't tune in if you're expecting it to just be one thing. Nah, them cats go and go. Your eyes got real big just then, bro. You all right?
Whoa!
You just win $1 million? You hit the number?
I'm gonna tell you the problem is, I keep telling you this low key. I'm not super tech dude, so sometimes when I hit a button and something changed on the screen and I'm not ready for it, kind of like, whoa, did I make all my stuff disappear? But either way, I'm good now. Hit a button by mistake. Don't trip.
No problem. All right, so we're gonna let this guy get some rest. Troy, we really appreciate you though, man, and you planted a lot of great seeds.
Thanks for having me, man.
You enjoy it? You enjoy yourself, man? You enjoy yourself?
Yeah, this is like gonna be my new therapy, bro. I can see I can get a lot of things off my chest and just say my shit, and whatever happens, happens. That's what a guy needs most of the time, is just uh, a place to vent, you know?
I think that there's a lot of people who vicariously are going to benefit from that. That's the other side of it, is that you're not just helping yourself, but you're helping a lot of people. You're helping us, man, and I think that's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. So, all right, man, we're gonna hang out a little bit longer here on the stream. No, hey, man, at any point, them cats wake up and they go, sometimes that's one. It's like 3 hours in. Next thing you know, we're in 6 hours because they wake up and they might go for hours, and it's hard to shut them down once people have waited for them to wake up, and they wake up. It's like we don't want to shut it down. Want to let people enjoy it. So if I shut it down right now, I can get out of here. If I keep waiting, then it's gonna be who knows how long. So we'll see how we play it out in a little bit. But the door is open for you, brother, and we appreciate it. So CTR the third, you have a great evening, man, and we look forward to you stopping back in tomorrow night, and so on and so forth.
All right, man. Enjoy yourself. I'll see you.
All right, brother.
Peace.
Peace. The great Clifton Troy Rhodes III. We appreciate him stopping by. It was great interview there. Sharing wonderful thoughts. And as you can see, scratching the surface, there's other things that obviously we're going to get into. And he's going to go deeper and deeper and deeper. You can see he was raring to go. He was ready to go. So we're looking forward to when he goes ahead and takes off. When that plane is flying, I think we're in for a treat. We really appreciate him. He did a great job and just planted a lot of great seeds. So once again, pound it back. Thanks a lot, brother. We look forward to you stopping by many, many, many times in the future. I'm going to turn some music up for a little while and let it breathe. Again, Clifton Troy was the third. Appreciate you, brother.
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby.